Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. It's happy. It's a happy day. So we have two flights planned for today. We're going to start off here in the Junkers 52. We're departing from Allahabad. Allahabad. Wonder where Joseph is, because I know he would. He thought you missed it yesterday. If you missed it yesterday, Joseph thought it was a new language. Of course, I'm just teasing a bit, Joseph. But so yeah, Allahabad to Ranchi. We're departing from runway 30. I've got a couple of VORs laid in, so we're going to track that, follow that path. We're going to go over two airports, so they should be very easy to find. We won't be lost or whatever, so we know where we are. We can validate our, everything. Once we take off, pull this up, waiting. I think Mick is going to join us today. I don't know. So we are right here. We're going to turn this way. So as soon as we are airborne and we get out about here, we'll turn to the right, get on back on track here, and head for our first waypoint, which is only 62 nautical miles away. So it shouldn't take very long to get there. And then we have another one. Our second one is 121 nautical miles. And our third one, which takes us to our airport, is about 88 nautical miles. It's probably going to be a little less than that because the VOR is down at the other end of the airfield, closer to the other runway, opposite of where we're landing. So, excuse me. So we're going to do that, and then, as an added bonus, we're going to hop in the. I was going to do the F-35A, but we're going to do the B model with the Royal Navy or Royal Marines livery out of Lakenheath to Valley Air Base. Now the thing about the F-35B model is it's the one that the tail section, the nozzle at the back rotates down for they can do like a short land on a land vertically kind of thing. But they said they don't always take off vertically because it's a weight issue. So, but we're going to try. I'm not sure if we're going to be successful, but we're going to try to see if we can land the plane at Valley. We're going to rotate the nozzle. I'll show you guys everything before we take off from Lakenheath. Anyway, yeah. So like I said, I think Mick is going to join us. He is on. So I'm waiting for confirmation if he wants an invite. So I'm waiting for him to pop into the chat, and as soon as I know he's here, if he wants an invite, then we'll get him in if he wants. So this is our livery for today, this kind of red and silver and black. Now it's interesting, they only have the Junkers name on this side. Other side, no. So I don't know why. Actually, I figured because this is where passengers would board. So, get on the plane. So I think that's why that's there. So, but yeah, we have everything all set. I've got the our first nav point already dialed in. So I'm just waiting to see if Mick is going to join us or not. Yeah, and then I realized, I thought about this morning and I'm like, I didn't put, because I got so wrapped up in other stuff yesterday that I was like, wait a minute, I know I forgot something, and I was sitting here thinking about, like, I forgot to put the kind of like the flight plans so people can, and one of the other things too, folks, if you want to know or learn the VOR navigating stuff, if you put that in the chat, or if you just send me a message, even on here on Twitch, if you send me a whisper, for instance, then I can kind of, we can go over that, either after we're done flying, I can show you very quickly, because one of the things I notice is that when we do this VOR to VOR stuff, the route that they might want you to go isn't always a good plan, and so you have to kind of change it, or it will give you only one point, and you're like, well, if we go, for me it's just easier if I have a couple points, and then I can, you know, time it, and I know about roughly, last night I calculated about roughly how long it would take to get to each nav point, so then that way I keep track of, I know where we are in the flight and everything like that. So, but yeah, we're just add a little bit of gas back again. Get the fuel truck. We have the notional fuel truck sitting right next to us to keep us fueled up for the before we take off. So yeah, I'm just waiting to see who will pop in. So we have this also, if you remember from last week, once that signal kicks in, that needle, as long as we follow that needle, then it should take us right to our VOR, and then we should be good to go. So, but yeah, we're going to take off this way, and then we're going to circle back around behind us and head roughly the other way. I think that would be okay. So I'm just waiting to see if just going to sip on my coffee, although it is hot and muggy today. We had rain since early this morning, but it has not brought the temperature down at all. It only seems like it's made it worse. At least inside my apartment, it feels that way. Got no no kind of air blowing through, any kind of a little bit of a breeze coming through the apartment. But anyways, yep, just waiting to see. We'll wait. It's only 17 after 7, so we got time to wait. See if anybody wants an invite. Yeah, I totally spaced on that. I was like, I got so involved because I was trying to make sure. Now, I'll tell you this, the F-35 is not super difficult to start up at all. It's amazing. It's only a couple switches and bam, it's going. The display, everything's on a digital display. Like, I had to kind of tinker with it to get it to understand how it all works. So I think I've got it. But yeah, I did a couple test flights around the Bay Area, of course, just to kind of get a feel for the plane and all that. It's actually, it flies fairly well, surprisingly. It doesn't look like it will, but I'm quite happy with the with how it flies. So I think it'll be a good flight. I think everybody will enjoy it, and I hope if we can, we're going to come in over valley, and then I'm going to engage the system, and the nozzle will point down, and the top of the plane opens up, and there's like this fan thing and all that stuff, and maybe hopefully we're going to be able to set the plane down, you know, almost like a helicopter. So yeah, really looking forward to that today. So just waiting to see if we have any takers for the flight today. Or if you want to fly with me out of Lakenheath to Valley, that's fine as well. Or if you want to do both, more than welcome to as well. We got time, and we don't have the beer, but we have the time. So if you just want to sit back and watch everything, you're more than welcome to. I know Joseph is probably... I know he's watching Joe. Joe's doing OMSI right now. So, I don't know if Mr. Addies is going to be here. I hope he is, because I want to discuss last night with Joseph. Good morning, Mick. How are you, good sir? I noticed you are online. Would you like an invite to the group? Or are you going to just do your own thing today? Let me know. Okay. All right. Well, I'll invite you, and then that way you know roughly where I am. And I'm on the Southeast Asia server today, but I'll invite you, and then. I mean, I'm gonna wait a few more minutes, and then we'll get going. Hello, Amela. Are you flying with us today, or no? You sitting this one out as well? If so, that's fine. Yeah, Joseph and Chris and Glenn all were playing the golfing game last night. Joseph got well. It now we'll. I sometimes wonder when you're playing a game for so long, and at first you're enjoying it, and then eventually you start to, your experience starts to go downhill, it gets a bit frustrating, and I think that's what happened to Joseph last night. He was getting very negative, and but it was fun. They had a good laugh, and then towards the end it just got whichever one you feel comfortable with, Mick. If you want to fly in the Spitfire, or if you want to fly in something prop. I mean, this only goes about 107 knots, so if you want to fly in the Cessna 172, whichever you feel comfortable with. Because I know not everybody has the Junkers, or wants it, so. But this is the plane that I. Oh, you still okay? So yeah, whatever you feel comfortable using, Mick, that's entirely up to you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull out on the runway here. Yeah, it was fun, and then right towards the end, I think it was because they'd been going for quite a while. They, and then they're drinking as well, and then it started to get one of those, got very a bit frustrating, I think, at the end for poor Joseph. But so I think he's fully engaged with OMSI right now with Joe, British Ace. All right, so I think we are all set. All of our first nav point is dialed in. Yep. All right. Let me get my All right, let's go ahead and. Oh, yeah, we had rain. I don't know if it sleeted last night. I didn't hear it hitting my bedroom window or anything, because sometimes it will if it's sleeting. But yeah, we've had it's been raining since here early this morning. Look at that. Short distance, and we're already in the air. Da-da-da-da. That's a good picture right there. Let's get that before. I totally forgot about the picture yesterday. Ooh, we got to get that with the shadow in there. I think we are not staying in line with the either. 089. The old crusty salute to Allahabad. The new language, courtesy of Joseph Adams. New language by Addie's. Get it now at Macy's. Your fragrance destination. What the hell is a fragrance destination? I've never heard of that before. Who came up with something like that? Like, honestly. Fragrance destination. I want to meet the marketing fool that came up with that, honestly. I'd like to really meet that person and go like, how did you come up with this? Like, honestly. We got a good climb going on here. Yeah. I used to hear them on the radio every so often, like, or they right around the holidays especially as well. All these different fragrances and stuff. Oh, go to, you can buy it now at Macy's. Your fragrance destination. What's fragrance destination? What? Is it like a grocery store of all these different perfumes and colognes and... I'm a fragrance connoisseur. Oh my goodness. Alright, we have been in the air 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Let's see if Mick has... There's Mick. Mick is in the air. Surprised Addie's isn't here. I know, he's probably fussing with everybody over in Joe's chat today. This plane really wanted to climb today. Get another picture here of Mick behind me. Cessna 172. Nice to have you back in the air with us, Mick. Certainly have missed your presence. So yeah, so after we get to Ranchi, we'll land, and then I'll pop over to the F-35B. We'll start it up. I'll show you how the plane looks. Actually, you'll see it all open up. It's actually pretty amazing, and how the plane looks very different when you open up use the short takeoff and landing, sort of, kind of almost like what the Harriers used to do, but without all. It looks way different than how the Harriers operated with their little nozzles and all that. Which to this day, it always surprised me how well the Marine Corps adapted to that aircraft and used it for. They did very well with it. They didn't, they were able to do things with it that nobody had thought of before. So I'm guessing, again, this VOR, even though it's 62 nautical miles away, it might be a very low-powered VOR. That might help if I come off the throttle just a bit. Now, if you don't realize, but this aircraft, we cannot feather the props. The only thing I can do is impact the mixture on of the fuel, but that's about it. I cannot feather the props in any way. So yeah, good stuff. Tomorrow we will be in kind of a change. We will be in the Airbus A320s, departing from Newark Liberty down to Cancun. So if anybody wants to join in on that, you're more than welcome to. Should be a good flight. Alright, so we just passed that. I know we still got quite a ways to go to get to our... Now, Captain Arish did a flight in the Phoenix A320 yesterday. Looks really good. And since it's on PC, of course, there's way more bits and bobs that we don't have on the standard version. Let's see what else. So yeah, and then on Wednesday we'll be back in the Junkers 52, heading from Ranchi to Kolkata. That's a straight shot, 177 nautical mile. I looked at it again just to see if there was any other, if we could kind of break even that up, and there wasn't. So so we won't be doing that. Oh, we must have a good tailwind too. And then Thursday and Friday Thursday and Friday we have 2 flights. Thursday, King Air 350i, Mountain Air to Chattanooga. I think if anybody wants to join in on that, I think it'll be fun. We're going to take off from a private airport in North Carolina, and we're going to take off and then head south towards Chattanooga, and it'll be a nice flight. We're only going to get up to about 19,000 feet. Friday we'll be in the King Air 350i, Monterey, California to Vacaville, California. My 2 favorite spots. If you've been around the channel, you know the areas I'm talking about and and all that. So it'll be a nice flight. We'll take off off of Monterey and then head up into inland and then to the Nut Tree Airport, Vacaville. So if you want to fly in the 350i on both of those days, or one of them, or none of them, it's up to you. And then Saturday, I will be back in the Lightning, Olympia region of the Fairchild Air Force Base. Should be a nice flight as well. We're going to get up to about 20,000 feet on that one, but because we have to clear some... broke a sweat just sitting here. Yeah, I did this morning when I got up. I sat down here in the recliner. It was just like I just started sweating. I'm like, I haven't done anything, so what am I sweating for? So yeah, we're gonna get up to about 20,000, and once we see a river, we're gonna start descending fairly quickly and line up for arrival there in Fairchild. And then Sunday, Mexican Mountain to Grand Junction. It's going to be a bit of a bush flight, not so much scenic, but if anybody wants to join in on that one, if you got some kind of a little plane that bush type plane or whatever, I'll be flying in the Kit Fox. But if you want to fly something else, like a 152 or something, should be sufficient. Or there's a couple other planes I think are good bush type planes, but so if anybody wants to fly, I'll open that up on Sunday as well. Yeah, that's what some folks were saying last night. Yeah, see, for you guys, I mean, I get it. It's you're not used to that sort of heat, and plus you guys don't necessarily have air conditioning units in your homes because you've never had to use them before. So yeah, that does kind of drain you, especially if it's not something that you're used to. Yeah, and especially the elderly who don't have, that's an even bigger concern. Is usually in this area too, when the heat is really bad, and even more so in the city, if you're elderly and you don't have a way. Oh, we just picked up our VOR. Ta-da! There it is. If you don't have any kind of AC or anything, they get easily dehydrated, and if nobody checks on them, they can certainly die. And for some of them, it's a matter of like, do they get their medicine, or do they keep their power on, or they try to keep their power bill low so they can afford their medications and stuff like that. So they won't turn on the AC at all. Even if they have one, they'll go without, and then they'll yeah exactly. Yeah. But yeah, it's very hard to get some kind of relief from that heat. All right, so we're tracking now. So we are, let's see, 14 minutes in the air, and I was estimating a time of 58 minutes to our first nav point. So we'll see if, I feel like we're doing much better than that, because we're cruising along at 114 knots instead of 107. So But yeah, around here, when I worked at the hospital, a lot of elderly folks during the summer would come in with dehydration, um, and all that. And then in the wintertime, it was that they would come in with minor hypothermia, because they won't turn on their heaters either. Because it's a money issue for them, that they can't, do they use as little electricity as possible so that they can afford to eat. And even then, they don't eat much either. They don't really take care of themselves, and most of them don't have family in the area to look in on them either. So it's unfortunate. I remember that quite a bit when I worked at the hospital. But the other thing too, though, that we would, it's like, well, while you're here, let's do a couple checkups on you, and well, and the other thing too is, in this area for many, many years, people smoked like regularly. Some people were very heavy smokers, so they've already got that emphysema and COPD and all that. And so either in the summertime or the winter, either one can have an impact on their breathing as well. So some had minor lung like upper respiratory stuff as well. But it was already, complicated by the COPD, for instance. I'm kind of glad I don't work in the hospital anymore. It was... fly a little bit longer, but I can't think that we would be... we've only been in the air almost 17 minutes, so I know we got still quite a bit of ways to go, but at least we have a signal now, and our needle's pointing the correct direction, so that's a good sign. So we're looking for an airport. Let's see. Our first one would be VEBA. That is Varanasi. Oh, okay. So we're heading towards the airport we were talking to already just a moment ago. And the VOR is above the runway. So we will, once we pass over that, we'll know we are in the right area. Keep an eye on the timer. So I'm guessing at about 45 minutes of flying, we can maybe start looking for our first nav point with that airport. So yeah, as I was saying before, if you want to know how all this VOR stuff works, I can show you, or we could talk about it, so that way you can, if you want to learn how to do it. It's not that complicated, really. It's just a matter of, I thought it was complicated at first, and then it was like, I didn't know. You're also keeping an eye on the roads, and yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. In some areas, I know that's happened where with extreme heats, the pavement will suddenly soften. Soften. And yeah, the road crews have to go out there and, either they got to shut that road down or, divert traffic around it. But yeah, I would think, because, like in Georgia, when there's even a bit of frost in the Savannah area, they immediately go into, well, I wouldn't say panic mode, but they get very concerned about the ability for it's a safety issue. So if it's really bad, they will tell everybody stay home unless you're like essential, like you're a doctor, nurse, firefighter, EMS, you know, all that kind of stuff. Do not be on the roads unless you absolutely have to, because they want to be able to keep the roads clear in case, you know, paramedics need to get people to the hospital, or the fire department needs to get, you know, all that kind of stuff. Because in some areas, when you're not used to driving in it, people are like, "Oh, it's not that bad," and then that's when they get stupid, you know. And so yeah, it's But people, surprisingly, there's people who will still drive stupid today in this weather, you know. And it's not like it's pouring down rain, but the road is wet enough that if you accelerate very quickly, you can spin your tires, lose control. You know, that sort of thing. Okay, so we must be getting close if they're telling us to. All right, perfect. I think we're doing pretty well so far. Once we have an airport in sight in front of us, then we will know we're within spitting distance of our first VOR. But yeah, here, the only time that usually happens is if we get a heavy snowstorm and they cannot keep the roads clear. The road crew will do everything they can, but at some point they're just like, forget it, and they give up because they can't. The snow's falling so heavy so quickly that they cannot keep the. You know, it's like they're just fighting a losing battle, so they just give up, and then as soon as the storms let up, then they go out there and get back to work. But it still takes quite a while to dig everything out. But again, some people will drive like jackasses, and you know, it's like, really? Are you just, why? Is it that important for you to drive like a complete jackass? Well, but, well, hopefully you guys weathered the storm, no pun intended. And it does suck, especially when it's not something you're used to. It can. All the kids were happy today, not wearing uniform, going in with shorts and shirt. Oh, so the kids are back to school? Wow. So, well, like when I was in school, well, except for the Christian school, that one we had to have a uniform. We had to wear a uniform of some kind. If you wore, I remember I wore a Star Wars T-shirt with Chewbacca and Han Solo on it with their laser guns and all that. And, oh, they were not. I think I was like in the second or third grade. They were not happy. I got talked to about that. Like, oh, you can't wear that. I'm like, why not? It's Star Wars. You know, and it's like, oh, well, yeah, but it's depicting violence. And I'm like, huh? What? But Han and Chewie are the good guys. What are you talking about? You know? Then, oh, okay. You know, oh, I thought they were already on summer holiday. I don't quite understand the school system there. But okay. That's confusing. Is that our airport? That cannot be it. Is that it? That looks like an airport there. Is that near a... Hold on a second. I gotta look now. Do. I think we might already be at our first point. I'd be surprised. But it's very likely that is our first nav point right there. Wow, we are... Yeah, it's near I see some kind of a river sort of right near the, yeah, I think that's our first nav point right there. Wow. Only 24 minutes in the air. Boy, my estimations are really off. So let's see if we open up the... If it's Varanasi is at the top of the list, if we're that close, then it should be at the top of the list. Yep, that is it. Wow. That is amazing. Fan-frickin-tastic. Oh, then they don't go back until the second or third week in September. Oh, okay. See, we usually... Ours was like the... well, I think it used to be the case you would go in right before Labor Day break for a few days, and then you would have Labor Day break. But now I think it's... Everything starts after Labor Day weekend here in America. So... Because I know that's what, community college does that now, and I think all universities do that. They won't start, because then it's like everybody, you go run to a 3-day weekend. So, yeah, very strange. All right, well, this is fantastic. We're doing very well so far. I like it. So, let me... So basically, where it's at, it's almost halfway. Now, I got to look at the layout to make sure this is in fact our airport, but I'm pretty sure it is, because there's only one runway. But the VOR DME is like right over here somewhere. So we will fly past that. Tune in our next VOR DME. Turn on that new heading, and then we'll be en route to the next destination or next nav point. See, it almost looks like there was another runway there, but it's not there anymore. You could see like a very faint... It almost seems like one that would run right here. There's no indication that... It might have been that way a long time ago, perhaps. Yeah, this is great. I really like this. So Mela's here, Mick's in the chat, Mela's in the chat. We've got a couple lurkers, or at least one. Don't be shy. I know it's all tender and stuff now that Mick's back in the air with us, but don't be shy. Don't get all emotional. I don't really thought Joseph would have been here, like, all excited that Mick's in the air with me. Mr. Addies, what are you like today? Yeah, so we have one in June, once the school years, or the end of the school year is over, unless you have summer school. So after graduation, you have the whole summer, and to yourself, and then then by early September, or well, late August, and then that's when most parents are already looking at school clothes and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Amela, if you would be such a kind dear, get over to Joe's chat and give Mr. Addies a what for. Tell him he's missing something, missing an amazing time. I'll tell you, that young man. All right, so yes, we are. So let's see. Let me look real quick one more time. So basically, what we're looking for, right over here is that navigation point. It's like right across from, so we're gonna fly right over it basically. That's fantastic. Okay. Let me, 30 minutes. Okay, I'll say 30. So what? What did I do with my pencil? Pencil. What did I do with my pencil? Uh-oh, I just had it. No. What did happen to my pencil? Pencil. Oh, there it is. Hiding from me. We'll say 30. Okay, 30 minutes. Let's reset that. Restart it, and let's get our next one dialed in. 115. On a heading of 110. Well, look who it is. Mr. Addies, as I live and breathe. Look who's in the air with me, Joseph. Who's that? Who is that, Joseph? Who's in the air with me? What does it look like? What does that say, Joseph? I'm pretty sure that's not a Mela. Look, he forgot who you are, Mick. That's terrible. Yes, Mick is in the air with me today. Alright, so we have... Oh, this leg, it says it's supposed to be about an hour and 13 minutes, but we'll see. 30 minutes on that first one instead of 58. That is really good. So we are doing quite well, I think. Yeah. So Mick finally comes back, and you were MIA, Joseph. I think that golf did you in last night, quite honestly. And Yaddies last night, mate. At the end. No, that was not good. But I'm glad that you and Chris and Glenn had fun. Had some laughs. You had some really challenging, crazy golf holes. Yeah. Now, that's not under the... Is that like a separate thing, or is that under... Well, no, it's under the... what'd you call it? The golf game. It is very warm now. Might have to take my boots off. Uh-oh. Mixed. He's already only has the boots. Now everything's coming off. Uh-oh. Is that authorized by the wife, Mick? I'm sure you have to get permission. You might have to check. Oh, but is that under the PGA golf on the PlayStation? new PGA game? Is it had like a separate sort of thing under the PGA golf? I didn't quite. I think it was because you guys had the similar outfits like you would under. So, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, I think you guys had, you had some good holes and some good courses and some stuff that was really challenging. But yeah, wasn't worth getting upset about at the end. Okay, it is under the PGA 2K21. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. For shade, so I don't get burnt in places. Yeah, there you go. Well, as long as you keep the Stetson on, Mick, then I think you're okay. Did I? Oh. Oh, okay. I had to, Mr. World War. Oh, there's Chris. Okay, because I'm like, wait a minute, who? What? Hello, Chris. It popped up for a to hold for my approval. Twitch thought you were being naughty there, Chris. But Mr. Addies, that does not mean you can go in there and start using the word naked all the time. Oh, nice to see you, Chris. Glad to see you. We were just cruising along, Mick's in the air with me today. Allahabad to Ranchi. Allahabad. The new language by Addies. Buy it now at Macy's. Your language destination. Oh, Joseph, I will never forget that. That is like almost on par with the mop story. What was this time? Heard the screaming last time from Liverpool. I don't think I'll ever forget that, Joseph. That was... Find the key and open the box. That was epic yesterday, Joseph. That is going down into the all-time Joseph Adams stories. But you know what? Here's the thing, though. Those two stories could be combined into one epic story. I'm just thinking about it. I can't help but laugh. Oh, goodness. You know, it reminds me, of, this is a long time ago. Somebody, when I was working for the National Guard, pretty much full time, and this person came up to me and another. There was a couple of us sitting there talking, and this person came up all excited. Have you heard about this program called Excel? It's amazing. And we all looked at each other like, what? Excel? It's like, you're just hearing about Excel now? Okay. I got my saying I was from a lot of places. I think Mick called me Mr. Worldwide. Oh, okay. I like it. Yeah. So that's why, like, when you said, is that a new language? Wait, what? That it reminded me of that, Joseph, of the person coming in and saying, have you heard about this new program called Excel? No, it's not new. It's been out for quite some time. It's been evolving over the years, but it's pretty much a standard part of Microsoft Office. But they apparently had never used it before, and the first time they were just like, oh my god, it was like this epiphany, why haven't I been using this all this time? Well, but to them it was new, like it had just been created recently. Oh boy. Well, see, yeah, now I have, it was 123 followers, now I'm up to 125. That's kind of weird. Interesting. But anyway, well, nice to have you along, Chris. Nice to have you here so you and Amela can have your little quarrels. Mick's still back there, cruising along. Still haven't picked up the signal yet, so it might be some time. So we've only been on this track for about 12 minutes almost, so it'll be quite some time, I think, before we pick it up. Yeah, we'll land here at Ranchi, and then we'll pop over to the F-35B over Lakenheath, start the plane up, taxi out, skedaddle over to Valley. It shouldn't take very long to do. And again, I'm going to show you guys how this plane looks when the vertical system is engaged. And then once we get close to Valley, we're going to slow down, and I'm going to engage it, and I'm going to try to land, with that, using that, so Chris won't last. I don't know. Chris has lasted so far, Mela. He's gone toe to toe with you, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm really, really excited to show you guys that. So I think it'll be fun. Because I was tinkering around with it the planes last night, and I was like, or yesterday, not last night, but yesterday afternoon, I was like, maybe we should throw on an additional flight just for fun, because it won't take very long to get there. I have to admit, Chris has gone toe to toe with you, Noah. Can't deny that. He's given as good as you have, I think. all 6 people watching. Thank you all for coming in. We are in the Junkers 52, not the 3M, not the retrofit. We have this nice Junkers livery, silver, black, and red. Red wings. And so we have this, the very basic, this is like the basic model. This is the cheaper model. Doesn't have all the bits and bobs as the retrofit does. Retrofit is like the Rolls Royce. Of the Junkers 52. It has more navigation equipment, but we've gone down to this version. We're using we're on a track to our second navigation point, somewhere up in the distance there, and so we've got a stopwatch going. We've been on this track for about 15, almost 16 minutes. Again, if anybody wants to know more about how this VOR navigating works, okay, this is how I explain it. Well, I'll explain it like this. So when we flew over that first airport, right, there's a building with a like a radial tower kind of thing, and it emits all directions, and so you tune in to that VOR DME, right? So if we had a thing saying, kind of like in the retrofit, there's that little device that was like right around here somewhere that shows the distance to that VOR station, and then but for us right now, what will happen is once we pick up that signal, this needle, kind of like it did finally on the first one, this needle will point, so it says radio navigation. The needle will point the direction we need to follow to get, or the direction of the VOR. And as long as we keep that needle pointing up at the top, as straight as possible, we'll go right to the VOR. So it's a very basic way. It's not that difficult, but you use a navigation radio to put in the frequencies. That's all you got to do. And then if it's a VOR DME or something that will emit like we heard that the 3 letters BBN, the Morse code for that, we'll hear GGC next. So now I'm not an expert in Morse code, so I'm expecting. Sorry, folks. Bad time. Okay, so I'm looking at our next navigation point, and so anyway, I know roughly where our next VOR is in relation to the airfield that we're going to be flying over. So sorry. Okay, so yeah, we have an idea where, in relation to the runway, that VOR is. So once we pass over that, but we're still waiting for it to pick up the signal and have that needle point us and make sure that we're heading in the right direction. Oops. As long as we're kind of heading, we keep following the initial track, eventually we'll, once that signal picks up, we'll be fine. Almost 21 minutes, just over 21 minutes, heading to 22 minutes on this track. But yeah, it's not when I was hearing about this and Captain Arsh was telling me about it, I was just like, I didn't get it. And then I think it took a while just flying on my own and experimenting with it. And then it's like, oh, okay, now I know now I see this, now I understand it. But it does take some time to kind of get used to, but it's not that hard once you know what you're doing with it. It's very easy. It's becomes second nature, really. And then you add in the element of time, timing your, having an estimated amount of time between points, then you know roughly how long it should take you to get from one point to the other. But of course, that's also impacted by weather, how fast your plane can actually fly, stuff like that. So if we were in a headwind the entire way, it would take us even longer to get there, obviously. Hello, Patrice. How are you? Nice to see you here. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Just it's been raining here since early this morning, and it's not brought any cool weather with it, unfortunately. That's the only bad part about it, but yeah, things are good. Yeah, things are good. So we are still en route to our second nav point, and then we have another, and from there it's 88 nautical miles to our arrival airport. We're going to land, and then I'm going to change planes. So if anybody wants to fly in a fighter jet out of Lakenheath over to Valley Air Base, it will be in the F-35 Bravo Lightning II. We brought back the Lightning name. Lockheed did. Well, when I look at that Lightning and, between the old and the new, I don't really see I don't get the connection, really, other than the name. It doesn't really inspire the same sort of feeling when you look at the P-38 Lightning. You're like, oh, it's just classic and exciting and stuff. But, oh, okay. So yeah, if you want to fly in the Typhoon, Mick, you're more than welcome to. Give that a go. I haven't flown in the Typhoon in a while, actually, either. I'd have to give that another go sometime just to see how it is now. But yeah, the F-35, it doesn't look like what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the word here. It doesn't. There's not a. Yes. Yeah, Patrice. If you want to join, if you have a fighter jet, you're more than welcome to join. Yeah. So yeah, we'll still keep. I think it'll still be the Southeast Asia server. That's the one we're on right now. So we will use that as well. Continue with that. Oh, you probably have the British livery, the kind of like the Heritage RAF livery for it, I think, don't you, Mick? Unless you have something different that I don't know about. Wait, don't they have an AC/DC livery on it? I think, which was kind of like a shock. Okay. That's fine, Patrice. Yeah, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to. That's perfectly fine if you only have the F-18. Alright, flying for almost 29 minutes now. So once we have the once I spawn in at Lakenheath, I'm gonna start up the plane and show everybody some of the cool features, and then I'll have like the departure runway. So if you want to spawn in on the departure runway, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, so you know where all the buttons are first. It should be. Well, let me ask you this, Mick. Are you doing a full startup, or are you just gonna spawn in? God, it's been a while since I started. There should be. Well, I mean, if you throw on the battery, there should be like a starter, all that kind of stuff. I don't remember where all that is, to be honest. Now it's been so long since I've been in the um, in that plane. So okay, I know roughly where we are now. I see this river coming up, so I know where we are. So we should be almost more than halfway to our second nav point. So we should pick up the signal we should be picking up that VOR signal here any minute now. Probably on the other side of that river, or maybe just close to it. We should get that signal. This is a VOR DME 11500. I'm pretty sure I'm in the right frequency. Yep. Well, you know what we could do real quick, Mick? I can pop into the Typhoon first, and I can kind of get you through the startup, and then I'll pop over into the F-35B. That's not a problem. That shouldn't take very long to do. Find all the bits and bobs. Because I don't think it has a... Yeah, that's not a problem. We can do that real quick. Happy to do that. We got the time. We've got the time. Who needs tomorrow? Do 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 do. What is it? We've got tonight. We've got tonight. Who needs tomorrow? Something like that. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet. You know, it's funny. He had some very kind of romantic songs, but nobody really considers them to be romantic. That's strange. So yeah, we are more than halfway to our second nav point. Yeah, we've been doing really good time-wise, I think. Where's Mick still hanging back there? You don't... Oh, it's, yeah, it's a famous, well, it's a well-known Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band song. It's got quite a few. Some are kind of like just classic rock and roll. Some are just kind of like a very nice, have a romantic mood to them. Matter of fact, let's see if I can find it on. There you go. Hopefully this works. He's had a lot of songs that are famous. Some of them have been in movies. Like one of his songs was in Risky Business, the movie, one of the early Tom Cruise movies before he really hit the big times. I think I had that turned down because it was starting to play. Thought I hit the pause button. Alright, let's see here. So if we cross this river, 20, 30, 40, 50. So we should be picking that up. We've got less than 60 nautical miles to our, or within that 60 nautical mile limit for our so we should be hearing that VOR here any moment now. Maybe once we're on the other side of this river. Yeah, he was a pretty prolific. Well, I think he's still alive, but yeah, a lot of his music has been very famous, used in movies, used in I think in commercials as well. Alright, so from here, what is our any kind of a see any other feature? So we basically, it's like there's this road. Oh, there it is. We got it now. Ta-da! Perfect. All right. and we've only been on this track for about 40, almost 40 minutes now. So we are doing very well time-wise, I think. That's a nice, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not as well known in France, but yeah, it is a nice kind of romantic song. That was his, he had some rock and roll sort of stuff, but he did also have some very kind of romantic songs, I think, that nobody really, I don't think many people appreciated it at the time, and maybe still don't. Because I think they mainly know him for the more rock and roll sort of stuff. But I think he showed his range of music types, or that he can rock with the best of them, and then also he can have a nice kind of romantic sort of song as well. I think a good artist does that. Like Neil Diamond was very famous for that, I think. You have a kind of a very romantic mood in some of his songs, and others are a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more rock and roll sort of stuff. Well, I didn't expect that. Hmm. Because I think a lot of those artists, they had agents who would tell them, hey, we need to look at this market. If we come out with some songs like this, English romantic songs are appreciated with music because we don't really understand. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, and I would think it's the same way with French music. There was a lot of romantic music on the French side. Um, but you can tell, even though you may not understand the words, you can tell the intent of the song through the emotions of the singer. You know, I've listened to some French, like pop music, I guess. Uh, I may not understand the words, but I like the mood or the feeling of the song. What the artist is trying to say. And it's the same thing with um, what do you call it? Bossa nova, Brazilian jazz. I may not understand Portuguese, but I get what the the person singing is trying to say. The message maybe, or the feeling, the mood. But you're right. Sometimes the translations don't always make sense. That is true. I have found that to be the case. All right, let's have a look here. Okay, there's that. Okay, that's that. There's a kind of like a river. Okay, there's that river. Well, let me see if I can spot this on the chart here. May not be showing. Okay. So where our airport is, there is a body of water nearby it, just on the other side of the airport before we turn. But if we can see that from the air, we'll know we're in the right spot. So yeah, we are doing very well, I think, time-wise overall. Ooh, now it's feeling a little bit cool. It's raining lightly now, but there's a little bit of a breeze now. See, I trust this because this is actually, I think, more accurate than what we're this little up here, the compass up here. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember that was a very controversial song when it came out. It was like, yeah, Madonna was always a bit controversial. Well, I'd say more than a bit. Yeah, yeah, a lot of people dance to it. Yeah, it's not so much the words, other than if you're analyzing what the singer is talking about. Because a lot of times it was, people say, well, is it a personal experience, maybe, or, you know, something like that. Not that I would want to know if it was a personal experience for her or not, but yeah, it was a lot of people were very upset by that song. Maybe not so much the song, but the video I think, that came out with it was very controversial. The video more than the song itself. But I think too that most artists, okay, I think I see that water there. I think I see our airport. I think. I guess we'll know when we get there. Yeah. Well, most artists will do things controversial, and because people will talk about it. It's like free press, basically. And they know, like, they're going to get some people who are going to be upset by what they're saying or doing, and they don't care, you know. It's all about the record sales and whatnot. So I think the heat is going to, oh, yeah, yeah, it might be Mick. Very well might be. Okay, looking for an airport. Is that? It almost looks like an airport right there. Right here. I think this is it. Possibly. Let's we get a little bit closer, right? But I think that's our second nav point there. Let's have a look at the chart. But I think that is our second point. Right there. Yep, I'm almost certain that's it. Mm-hmm. Where'd it go now? I just saw, where'd it go? It's like it just disappeared. Nope, there it is right there. Okay, I see it now. It's kind of blended in, but this is it right here. So our VOR is like right there. Basically. I'm going to fly over that. Why, we are really making good time. We just hit 36 degrees Celsius. Wow. And it's still climbing. Yeah, your power system may not be able to handle that. 'Cause it's not designed for that kind of temperature, I think. Sometimes even here it might be mild, but it feels like sometimes even. Wait, is that it? No, that is not the runway. I thought that was it, but maybe not. Okay, we're still flying towards it. Looking for it. Is that it there? Maybe that's it. Oops. It says it's like pretty much straight ahead. That's a river. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. It runs, let's see, almost north, well, 10 degrees, 28, 10, 28. 10 is a little bit northeast, and 28 southwest. Maybe it's on the other side. It's between these two bodies of water then, maybe. This is a river, it's not really a body of water. But this part is not on the chart, this river here, which is strange. We haven't flown over it yet. So it's got, I think it's going to be right over on the other side of this. That might be it there. Maybe not. Yeah, I remember when in the summers in California when it get warm, we'd go to the swimming pool at the high school. You could go in and swim there for I think $1 or something like that. And they had a more shallow pool if you weren't comfortable swimming, but you could at least cool down. And then they had a deeper pool with they had the diving board with an even deeper part for if you were bored, jumping off and competition sort of stuff. I never did that. I always thought, oh, I can do it, and then I'd get up there and be like, yeah, no. Yeah, can't do it. It was my fear of heights coupled with my fear of drowning is what did it. But you can fly in. Yeah. Well, as long as he doesn't drop anything into the pool and electrocute himself, I guess he could. The sun is going down. I thought it was already set so that we wouldn't have to worry about that. Because we still have another 88 nautical miles to go. And we still got to find this. Matter of fact, is this our... Okay, there's our second airport there. So we are going to fly over that. And then we're going to tune in our... Yeah. or the wife's like, just picks up the PC and drops it in there. Oops. Yeah, there was a lot of that in California. Whenever it's really dry, because they don't have like that wet heat, it's all dry heat usually. And the littlest lightning strike can just, it's like a match, and just everything goes. Between that and the terrible indoor pool might be a better option. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Mick. All right, so our nav point should be. Let me look real quick. It is right. Where's that part? So it should be like right over here somewhere. Matter of fact, it's probably, I think, right there. No, I think that's where the VOR DME is, right there. Looks like it. Hello, VOR DME. Everybody wave at the VOR DME. All right, let's go ahead and note 56 minutes, I think, is a good ballpark. They got some good round figure. And let me go ahead and reset the stopwatch. And let's dial in our final. Let's see, we have 11690. On a heading of 166. All right. Well, I think we have done very well flying wise. We're making very good time. I appreciate Mick joining today. We will change planes. We'll change twice. We're gonna make sure Mick knows how to start up the plane, the Eurofighter, and then I will pop over into the F-35B, and we will be ready to go. I'll bring my yellow floating duck. Yeah, it was all. I remember when that pool was open in the summertime, it was always packed for the most part. Like, there wasn't, I don't think there was a day that I ever went where it was like very, very few people there. A lot of young kids, kids who were, still fairly, little, like grade school, still learning to swim. They would just kind of paddle, they'd get the little floater things and paddle around in the shallow pool with their mom or grandmother there, keeping an eye on them. All right. Flooding, rainfall, damaging winds, and tornadoes possible amid storms. Oh, lovely. Well, hopefully my power doesn't go out either. It's funny when you're a kid, and as long as you have those little floater things or whatever, you'll just like splash around forever. And then it's like, as soon as you're like feeling like you're gonna be on your own, it's like you start to get a little nervous. I remember taking swimming lessons when I was a kid. Oh. It was not necessarily fun. So yeah, we got a little bit of a sunset. I think what I'm going to do, Mick, is I'm going to tinker with the time just a little bit, because I don't want to be, we shouldn't be landing in the dark. Dancing in the dark. I saw that video. Bruce Springsteen dancing in the dark. And I have to admit, the way he dances is not... When you look at it now, you're like, Bruce, come on now. A couple times, twigging the way you were, that's fine, but you looked a bit goofy after a while, quite honestly. Yeah. Hello, Vengeful Squid. How are you? Nice to see you. Yeah. Yeah, it is nice. Definitely. Yeah, I need to be more aware of the time, Mick, with the... Because as we're flying further east, you know, it's going to be darker. So I got to make sure we have enough light. Because they back when KLM did this route, they could not fly at night. There was no, you know, navigating was all by visual. So with the sun was going down, you know, like right now they would be probably making their way to their destination so that they would stop for the night, but they would have enough, you know, light left to be able to see to land safely and all that, and see their landmarks for their approach and all that. So let's see. Yeah, we're doing good. Just waiting to pick up that final VOR. Should be tuned in 11690. Yep. 88 nautical mile leg. Our final leg. Then we'll hop over into some fighter jet action for some fun over the UK. We're taking off from Lakenheath, heading over across the UK, basically from the east coast to the west coast. I'll be flying in the F-35 Lightning Bravo, the F-35 Bravo model. So, yeah, good stuff. Just waiting to pick up that VOR signal. Once I think we have that, actually, let's see. BERC. What are they even on the list yet? Let's have a look here. Here's airport list. Oh, very number 7. Okay, so we're still. This is where we just passed BEG. No. Yeah. We just passed that one right there, so that's behind us. The closest one is VABD. So we'll wait for this to get a little bit closer. It should go up on the list, and then we'll know we're within shouting distance of our destination. I'm going to go ahead and start. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start. Let's just throttle down a little bit so we can start dropping some altitude here. We will cover some distance as we drop altitude as well. Do greatly appreciate everybody coming in today, hanging out. Thank you once again to Mick for joining me today. Very nice to have you back. I think Addie's buggered off. He went back to watch Joe again. He made his appearance. That's okay. Yeah, nice to see you all here. Tomorrow we will be in the Airbus A320 departing from Newark Liberty, heading to Cancun, Mexico. Should be about a 3.5 hour-ish flight. Once we are wheels up. And yeah, it should be a nice flight. It was going to be in the 747 from JFK to Cancun, but I cannot. JFK, for some reason, like the external power stuff is just not working. Even if I tried starting the plane up without the external power, yeah, it's a bit of a hot mess. So, yeah, I don't know. Something's not right, but anyway. It's fine. So yeah, we'll do the A320 from Newark to Cancun. So if anybody wants to join in, I will make sure I put the information on the Discord today. I promise. I totally forgot that last night. My bad. Or yesterday. I should have put it in and I didn't. So yeah. Oops. My bad. I goofed up on that one. Right, it's only about 10 minutes on this track so far. Still got a bit to go. We want to start losing some altitude, so we are approaching to. Matter of fact, what is our? What is our airport altitude? About 2150. Okay. That's on the higher end. So we're going to be going downhill slightly. Okay. I think the approach that most planes probably use is runway 31 because that's slightly uphill. So, but we're fine. Still back there. A little bit of buffering. So if anybody wants to kind of look ahead for the next flight, we're taking off from EGUL to EGOV. That's our information there. Our takeoff, and I'm not sure which runway we'll take off from Lakenheath. We'll know once we get our plane started up. We'll taxi over and hit the loud pedal and go. As they like to call it, the loud pedal. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool little plane. Very. There's not the liveries are very basic. Like there's just not, the markings are very faint gray on top of a dark gray sort of field, and you have your squadron. Like LN is for Lockheed for the United States Air Force, stuff like that. But it's very, not a lot to it. It doesn't, and maybe it's because of the skin of the aircraft they don't allow for like anything fancy. That's the only thing. Or not too much that's fancy. The only one that looks good, different, because they're setting it aside but they have an aggressor squadron that has a very unique paint scheme. but everything else looks fairly it's the same. It's very I don't know, bland in a way, but that's okay. But somebody did there was videos, I can't remember the guy's name on YouTube, but he did a whole day at Lakenheath. F-15's taken off, F-35's taken off, coming back for landing. Like they were doing some training exercises, I guess. So okay, we've been on this leg for about 16 minutes now. We're just turning 6. Yeah, there we go. It's about 16 minutes. So we should, I would think, we should start to pick up our, maybe a little bit farther. Let's see if we can figure out where we are roughly within our. I'm starting to see some of these low mountains, little hills and whatnot. So we should be getting close, I think. Let's see where the airport is on the list now. Okay, it went from 7 to 5. So these two are still our closest. If we had to, we could turn around and go back here, or we could go here. Like an emergency sort of thing. So Bursa Munda is our destination here at Ranchi, the city. I think that's the city name. So yeah, we still got a bit to go, it looks like. But if we're seeing these areas here, and if I look on my Sky Vector chart, which is free by the way, you don't have to pay for anything with Sky Vector. I highly recommend it. It does help. You don't sign up for an account because it's not supposed to be for sim pilots. But if you don't create an account, you can just use it for free, and it does help when you're creating a VOR to VOR flight. It'll tell you like the direction, the distance, that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's a very handy tool to use. But it's supposed to be for real pilots. You can create your flight plan using Sky Vector. Otherwise, you can use SimBrief, but or Navigraph, but Navigraph, you're limited with what information you have access to, unless you have an account, which is paid. You have to pay for that information, basically. But it's always up to date. You know, any changes, it automatically updates it for you. And then I know on the PC side you can transfer your flight plan from SimBrief into your flight computer on the PC side. So that way it's already, you can plot it that way and then bring it over, and then you can fly it that way. Okay, let's see here. Still no. Okay, almost 20 minutes. See, this one, it says about an hour 20 for this leg. So we've still got a bit to go here. And we'll do our other flight. Like I said, that one shouldn't take very long to do. So, kind of a bit of fun. Something a little extra. Alpha WF, thank you for the follow. I just saw that. Thank you. Appreciate that. We are on our way to Ranchi. This is on the old KLM route that started from Amsterdam, head into Indonesia, the former Dutch East Indies. This route back then took about 7 days. They could do it in about 7. I had pork loin last night for dinner, Mel. So 7 days. They would fly a couple legs from sun up to close to sundown. They would stop for the night. But they would try to fly as long as they could to get as many, to keep going towards the destination. But it took them about a week. That's with, as long as the weather was good and they could fly visually during the day. You know, their visual points of reference and all that. I did start this in the Fokker F-35B, which has its own set of issues, so we pressed the Junkers 52 into service for the rest of the flight, rest of the trip. I've broken this up into 32 legs, and so this is leg 22 of 32, so we are more than halfway there. Some flights are going to be fairly short, and other flights are going to be a bit long, but I've tried to break even. This one was supposed to be a straight shot from Allahabad to Ranchi, but I broke it up a little bit so that we have some navigation points to use, so we can validate where we're at on the flight and all that. So we're just waiting for our final VOR DME to pop up. We've already got it dialed in on our navigation. So that's our nav radio. So as soon as we know we have this points the direction, and then we hear the Morse code for RRC, then we'll know we're getting closer. I kind of suspect we may get it once we're past this area up here. Yeah, really nice flight. Mick is just cruising along back there. So I'm guessing, if possible, you guys will be back at it tonight then on FIFA, Mick? The subs coming in to join you and Pulse and the Predator, whoever on the pitch. Or is that kind of to be determined now? Based on the weather. Seems like the sun is starting to set again, and we're still not even quite at. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I will be in the chat to say hello. It's going to be live tonight. I don't think this works. It says this is a compass of some kind, but it doesn't change. I've never seen this move or anything. I don't know, unless it could be set, but I don't see any sort of dials or whatever. So we do use this. Now this does have an autopilot system. You could put it onto a heading mode or a heading, and then it should keep you heading that direction. I've never used it, so I don't know if it works. Oh, there we go. We got it now. Ta-da! Alright, let's have a looky here. Yep, it just popped up. 25, almost 26 minutes on this leg. Our last leg of the flight. Let's have a looky here. I see... What do I see here? I see low mountains, kind of, and water, a river of some kind. So let's see if we have that on our chart, our sky vector chart. I do see kind of rivery areas. I'm trying to see where... Oh, I think we are... Okay, I think I know where we are, roughly. Okay. So we should be within, I think, our destination airport should be, let's see where it's at on the list now. But I know it's up in here somewhere. Yep, see, now we're only, it's the second one now, so we are getting closer. So yeah, we'll be getting ready to land here in a moment, folks. Do stick around. We have one more flight to do, so should be fun. So we're in India right now. We've been in India for quite some time. Look at this scenery here. Very nice. Well, it's okay, Mick. You know, it's all about just enjoying it, and I think it will do fine. If you can make it in the Spitfire, I'm sure you can make it in the Typhoon. So, all right. Let's see. I still think I think we're getting closer. Well, let me see. I see this body of water here to our right here. So I see that on my chart. So I know we're getting closer. Once we cross over this little, or once we get to this, once we're here, I'm going to call in. We should be close enough then. I'm going to go ahead and start dropping altitude again. I need to start getting a little bit lower. We don't want to go too fast in our altitude drop. We just want to start managing our descent into Ranchi. I might be saying that wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's starting to get dark. I'm gonna tinker with the time real quick again, Mick. Not by too much though. Just enough to give us a... There we go. And the sim said, "Let there be light." So 31 minutes on this track, so I think we'll be well under that hour and 21. My estimations, I don't know, maybe I'm doing my math wrong, but I've been a bit off on all of them, like in a nearly significant way. Especially the first one. It did not take 58 minutes, but at least I have a window to work with, you know. I need to maybe find a way to calculate my time better to be a little bit more precise, but I think as long as we know roughly, you know, the expectations and all that, so it's fine. So yeah, it's been a good flight. Alright, I think we're close enough. Let's just go ahead and... Yeah. 23. Perfect. There, that's what I'm talking about. Straight in. Alright, folks. We can turn off the ident on this. So we're looking on what's on the heading of 1-3. What is our actual heading? 132. So we need to turn on that here in a moment. We're not quite there yet. But I think once we are past... Alright, we're just passing there. Alright, so I'm going to turn a little bit more to the right here. And get... so that way when we turn into our runway, we have a good... I think a good... we should be lined up pretty well. So I don't want to go too much farther since the airport altitude is like at 2,100 feet. Or not the airport, the runway altitude is like 2150 basically. So we don't want to go too far down. I want to keep that, keep a little bit of altitude so when we turn in we should be almost right on the glide slope. Yeah, the best altitude for that. Wow, see? Well, that sun is just really wanting to go down. Sun, just wait till we're on the ground, then you can drop below the horizon all you want. We greatly appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. Hopefully you've enjoyed today's flight. Thank you, Alpha, once again for the follow. We'll be back tomorrow, 7:10 Eastern, 11:10 UTC, 12:10 UK. Airbus A320 departing from Newark Liberty, non-stop service to Cancun. So, if you want to fly with us, you're more than welcome to. I gotta make sure I send Joe the information today. See if he's going to join us. I don't know if he's going to do the whole flight or just part of it, or I have no idea. Hopefully Mick will be there. Anybody else who wants to fly with us, more than welcome to. We should be on the East USA server tomorrow, but that may change if the East USA server is a bit unstable. We may change. Oh, there's our... Ta-da! Look at that. And just like that, we had our pattern entry. There we go. Right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and turn the laptop while I get ready to land so I don't get distracted. Please realize that if you put a comment in, I will catch up to it once I am on the ground. Please do not spam in the chat to get my attention. I appreciate it. See where Mick is. He's not too far behind me. We'll get on the ground and we'll clear the runway for Mick. So if you're not aware, and I didn't know this until I started flying in the sim, the runway numbers, that's a heading number basically. It's not just a random number that they throw on there. It's the actual. So if you know you're landing on runway 13, for instance, if you're heading on which is 130, if you're heading that way, you're still and you're lined up. You have the runway in sight. You should be able to land. But the more precise, if you look on a chart of an airport, like an airport chart that shows the runways and all that, it'll have the actual heading of that runway. Sometimes it's a little bit more than the number, sometimes it's a little bit less, but it's always within a couple degrees of tolerance, I think, so to speak. But also, like, if what we should do, what was done before, in during these times of aviation, you would fly over the airfield and verify that you are in the right spot, and then you would come around and line up. But for expediency purposes, I put this on so that we know where we are and we can line up and put it on the ground in a reasonable amount of time. I think once we're on the ground, I'm gonna make a run to the little captain's room, and then we'll get ready to do the next flight. This thing just does not want to settle down speed-wise. It's okay, we're gonna make it. We got this. Mick's coming in right behind us. So we will vacate the runway forthwith and expeditiously for him. Well, that was kind of weird. It's like this whole thing just went green and then the houses showed back up again. That was strange. I might have to sneeze here. I was hoping to sneeze before I had to land and then didn't do it in the stream, but my nose might have other ideas. So I apologize in advance if I sneeze in your ear. I'll try to mute myself before I do it. So there it is, runway. So 132, we are pretty much right on center of our landing runway here. Bleed off some of that speed. There we are. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Ranchi, India. I'm not sure what the local time is. We understand and appreciate the fact that you probably didn't really like that landing, but you're going to say you did anyway. Ooh, wow, it almost tipped over on me. Oh boy, that almost got ugly. Alright, let me get off the runway here for Mick, although I don't think he will need the entire length of the runway either. There we go. Boy, that almost got very ugly. Oh, thank you, Mella. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Other than for that ending there. We'll keep an eye on Mick coming in. That's a nice picture, I think, right there. Oh. Oops, I'm gonna... I was hoping to get a picture. Plenty of runway, Mick. You got this. Yeah. Yeah, those brakes were a bit suspect, that's for sure. Well, we probably could have landed here at night if we absolutely had to, because it seems like it's a well-lit airport. Looks like Mick is on the ground. Well done, Mick. Want to taxi over towards me? If you want, you're more than welcome to. Mick's making his way over. Yeah, good stuff, Mick. Good landing, good flight. Well, while you're taxiing over, I am going to run to the little captain's room. I'll be right back. Where'd Mick go? Oh, there he is over there. Well, you probably could have turned right back here, Mick. He would have been right by me. That's okay. Approved goose. Okay. I think I hear Mick's engine now. Do I ever do American Truck Sim? I don't, but or fishing, yes. No, I don't, but my friend Mick here does once in a while. They do ETS and ATS, but I do not do trucking sim. No, I do not have a PC to do trucking sim or ATS or anything like that. So, but thank you for the question. I just saw that. Nope, but if you Mick does though. I think Para does as well. They do ETS, I know for sure. But no, I don't. I don't have the. I don't have a PC to do all that. And thank you for the follow. I mainly do Microsoft Flight Simulator, and on Sundays I might do a Train Sim World 2 stream. All right, Mick's ready to. He's pulling over here. Yeah, yeah. It is Vengeful Squid. It's an amazing plane, I think. All right, let's go ahead and shut it down. Get our hours. 2 hour 14. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back to the main menu here real quick, and we're going to change planes a couple times. So let's get in the Typhoon or Typhoon or Typhoon. Yeah, I don't want to say Typhoon. Typhoon. All right, so let's do this. The Eurofighter. Typhoon. There it is. We don't have to change the liveries or anything. We're going to go. Let's just go live weather, live everything, and then we'll adjust as needed. So yeah, it's already dark there. Look at that. So EGUL. Lakenheath. Okay. So I'm just going to spawn in right here. But won't build the flight or anything like that. I'm just going to show Mick how to make sure the plane's all started up. So when you're ready, Mick, I can invite you. When you've changed over planes, we'll get everything going. Ooh, tips: use the air brakes when landing. Yeah, I really like that, the Junkers 52. It's, of all the local legends and all that they've come up with, I think that one is absolutely their best one so far. I was hoping that the whatchamacallit, the Fokker F-7B was going to be just as good, and it's been a bit of a disappointment, I think. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and get in here. I don't. Well, is there? I thought there was a way to open the cockpit. Maybe not. All right, so let's just kind of get an idea where the buttons are. So we have nav lights, beacon lights, landing lights, taxi lights, logo lights, strobe lights, recognition lights. We got all of our lights right there. So there's our battery. And ignition for both. So battery and avionics. So that's a good start. Trying to see if we have to do any other sort of bits here. I don't think, I thought this one had an opening cockpit, but maybe not. All right, so yeah, whenever you're ready, Mick, just let me know and we'll get this plane started up for you. If I put, what does speed brakes look like? Oh, right there. Oh, okay. Nice. So yeah, just let me know when you're ready. So this does have an autopilot system. If you have a flight plan, you can activate the autopilot and it'll should and then the nav mode, it should do all that stuff for you. Oh, that's it. Autopilot, heading, nav, vertical speed. There we go. Okay. What's my favorite plane? Well, if I'm going to be honest, it would be the F-14. As far as, yeah, overall, I think it would be the F-14. I do like the, well, that and the Junkers 52 for vintage stuff. For general aviation, I would say the 350i. So, yeah, good stuff. Just waiting, I don't know, do I have to invite Mick again? I think he's still in my group. Yeah, okay. So as soon as Mick lets me know he's here, we'll get the plane started up. Oh, it's Southeast Asia. Should still be, yeah. Southeast Asia. Yeah, I thought there was a thing that you could open the... Maybe they took that off. Oh, there's APU generators. So we might have to turn those on as well. Not sure, but yeah, I thought there was a way to open the flight for open this up, but maybe not. Maybe they took that off. Okay, loading in. All right, perfect, Nick. Okay, so I would start with, you want to look for this little red button right there. This is battery. I would always start with that and then your avionics, just so that you get your system started up. And then you could go from there. But so we have battery, avionics. Let's see, let's open these up. Oh, that's cabin pressure. Okay, never mind. We don't want that. Hold on a second. I might need to... Oh, you know what? We might have to turn on the fuel pumps as well. Maybe the APU generators? Got the fuel on. Oh, there we go, the ignition switches. There, that's what we're looking for. So it looks like everything's over on this side, Mick. So, and on this side is your engine stuff. I'm not getting any engine start. What am I missing? I have to hold the switch, maybe? Everything's on. Oh, starter engines. Duh. Okay, there we go. There it is. All right. No, that's DC Designs. Just Flight sells it. All right, so yeah, I would turn on all your fuel pumps. So let me restart that. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So let's restart that, just to make sure, and then I'll change planes. So battery, avionics. I would put on your fuel so that you can, that fuel's flowing. And then your starter engines. Yep, that's all you got to do. You don't have to do anything else. So battery, fuel, avionics. The ignition is on auto, so you just have to put the starter engines on, and it will fire right up. Oh, maybe you do. Maybe you have to put the APUs on as well. There we go. In the APUs, I'm sorry. And then you should be all set. Okay, maybe not. There we go. So those as well. There we go. So all that stuff. The only one that's on auto is the ignition, and then once you're, and so then the starter will turn off automatically once it reaches a certain point. So did you get that, Mick? And Patrice? Or I don't. Well, Patrice is in the F-18. But did you get that, Mick? Or do I need to go over it one more time? I mean, I can if we want. It's fine. So batteries, avionics, the flight, the battery or the fuel pumps, your APU, your power generators, the starter engine, and then you just click those and it'll start up. I think I can. Let me just double check, Nick. Let's have a look here. Oh no! I come out here and you look like an Airbus. That's strange. Because I do have the Eurofighter, so that's interesting. Or maybe Patrice is showing. Oh, you're underneath Patrice. It's like it's all molded into one. I think your plane is underneath Patrice's. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I think I know which livery you got, Nick. I think I know which one. But Patrice's plane spawned in right over yours. For some reason, his plane's right on yours. My goodness. That's too funny. Honey, I think I just gave birth to a Eurofighter. Oh my goodness. Alright, let me change planes real quick and we'll get ready to go here. But I think I know which one you have, Mick. Oh, you know what? I think let me look on the liveries here on the Eurofighter and I can save for certain which one it is. But I think I know already. It is probably the AC/DC one, I'm guessing. Oh, no. You've got the Iron Maiden one. Never mind. I forgot there was an Iron Maiden one. Yeah, that's the one you've got on, Mick. I forgot that there was an Iron Maiden one. So yeah, that's your livery, no doubt. All right, F-35B. And we'll do the it's this one. Heading to EGOV. OV. Yeah, I forgot that they had that one on there, but I was like, well, maybe it would be AC/DC. Oh, come on. Killing me here. So look at that, 38 minutes. We're just going to do a straight flight. So that's, yeah, we're just going to do from point to point. We're not going to do anything else, so that's fine. All right, let's see. Hopefully it doesn't crash on me. I always get nervous when there's like it takes its time kind of fading out to the load screen. So we'll see. All right, so check this out, right? Do that, and then hit that, hit that, excuse me, and this. And then once this comes up, because I have to wait for this to pop up, I have to click on this to open up the fuel valves. If I don't, I won't be able to get any fuel. We're just going to gas up fully just in case, just in case anything happens along the way. Be fully loaded. Then, so then I hit this, this, that, and that. And once we're started up, I'll show you. I feel like I'm in a small plane now. You guys got these big jetliners somehow. All right, and then check this out for my lights. I open this menu, hit lights, position, strobes, formation. All my lights are now on. And then, so all this stuff I can change. There's a thing strictly for the autopilot. Now, okay, so this is the part I was talking about. Look at this. Ta-da! Now that is in the... so this is how we're going to hopefully land this configuration right here. When we get to Valley. So the nozzle is pointed down. This opens up, this fan, and all this opens up. And then the fan below as well. That fan area. Pretty cool, huh? Look at that. And I think this part opens up as well for the wings. Yeah, I think that's part of the fan system there in the wings. There you go. That's how that looks. But we're going to try that when we get closer to Valley. And the other thing too is, you have, in order for this, there's a little ladder here for the pilot to climb into the cockpit. It will not, I have to close the canopy in order for that to retract. Otherwise it'll be out while I'm taxiing to the departure runway. It's very strange. All right, let's call, we'll get ready to go. We're heading to the west. I'm trying to see if I can see our taxi ribbon. I think 27 is behind us. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up Lakenheath's runway schematic real quick. Okay, 24. Yeah, we are. Alright, so yeah, we'll taxi over that way. I think it's behind us. Maybe not. Maybe it is over that way. There's runway 06. Maybe we are near 24. I don't know. Maybe Mick's going the right way. I'm just going around in circles here. Alright. Yeah, Mick might be going the right way. I don't know why I'm not getting any kind of assistance from my co-pilot. Well, that's the weird thing on this one. It does not give you, does not have a co-pilot, option. When we open up this, it usually has the that little co-pilot doodad up at the top there. Okay, yeah, you're going too far. All right, perfect, Mick. Thank you. We'll follow Mick then. Since Mick knows where he's going, he's first to depart. But yeah, everything's digital. Like everything you do, you set up your autopilot stuff on this pop-up menu. It's absolutely amazing what they've done. I think it's really yeah, it's something else, I think. There's Mick. Is Patrice behind us? Patrice is... What happened to Patrice? I don't see him moving yet. Patrice, are you there? I don't see he went to... Or you having trouble getting started, Patrice? Turn left or right. Interesting. And your parking brakes off? If you just want to, if you just want to go, okay. I was gonna say, if you just want to go to spawn in here on runway 24, you should be fine. But it might be the parking brake is on. Quite possibly. That's my guess. But we can wait for you. It's fine. Once we see him moving, we'll know he's good to go. well, we're waiting on him. So let's set this to 10. Yeah, so like if you move anything, it shows like here on the, has this little weird thing. So there's all of our fuel. Here's the autopilot pop up. And it brings us right back there. And then we can also, that's your comm stuff. Restarting flight. Okay. Yeah, if you just want to spawn in right on the runway, Patrice, you should be fine. On runway 24. Well, there's another F-35. Yeah, I think this is a fairly popular plane. I know it's been out on the PC for quite some time, and it just finally popped for the consoles. So, oh, all right. There's Mick. There's Patrice. Okay. Well, you can see it on the video, but yeah, because you don't have it, it's probably showing up, which is weird because I have this and I have this. Well, no, that is downloaded. I think. I think it is. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, it should be. So I should be able to see it. That's the weird thing. All right, so whenever you guys are ready to go, you can hit the loud pedal and head out of here. Or if you want, I'll be happy to light the candle. Oh, there goes Mick. Patrice is heading out now. I am going to just get an idea of which way we're going to head. EGUL to EGOV. I'm heading at 287. All right, let's go. Whoa! 287. Oh, I gotta acknowledge things because I don't have a co-pilot all of a sudden. Ooh. We are dropping altitude a lot. Boy, this is going to be difficult to do. Oops. Wow. I think I need to slow down here. Let's see. There's Patrice, there's Mick. I'm leaving them behind. Sorry, guys. Oh no, we're gonna fly inverted. Oh, oh, oh. Oh my goodness, we were inverted. How did that happen? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh boy, I really wish I had a co-pilot right now. Because it is so difficult to do all this and fly at the same time. Yeah, see, we're just getting bounced everywhere. Oh my goodness. I should have just turned off the auto. There goes Mick. Yeah, see, it skips that number there. Okay, we're heading in roughly the right direction there. Let's see if we can break the sound barrier over the UK. What do you think? Could it be possibly done? Oh, of course it's going to start to buffer. Almost there. 9.2, 9.3. We might do it. I was getting close. I think if I lowered the nose a little bit. 9.8. Come on. Nine. Can we do it? Can we break the sound barrier? Oh, it says we're Mach 1. But I've not heard the boom. What? No boom? Oh man. What a ripoff. Gee whiz. Man, I was hoping we were gonna get the boom just to wake everybody up, but oh well. I don't want to go on this ride anymore. Big meanies. Well, actually, let's see. If I nose it over, we might be able to make it happen. Let's see if it'll... No, maybe not. Oh, look at that. We get a little bit of the contrail off the plane. That's pretty cool. The air pressure or whatever. Oh, I think I gotta contact somebody. Yeah. Quit nagging me, dang it. Man. I really wish they had a... Oh well. I was really hoping we could pop the sound barrier, but even though we got that fast, it may not because we're overpopulated area. Even though technically we were breaking the sound barrier. Breaking the sound barrier. Ooh, nice breeze now. Oh, finally. Whew. Alright, so Valley EGOV. Let's see if it's on the list yet. EGOV, not yet. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the shenanigans here. Where'd Mick go? Oh, there's Mick. Treese is right. Where'd he go? He's right below me. Nice. Not exactly formation flying, but hey, it's all good. So yeah, we're just cruising right along over the UK. 77 nautical miles to our destination, it looks like. 76. Yep. So we should see it on our list here pretty soon. There's Cosford. We might have to get a little bit closer. So how are you finding it, Mick? Your Eurofighter? Is it everything you hoped it would be, or is it kind of a letdown? This is not an easy plane to fly with just the pad, that's for sure. It's a bit... It's hard to settle it down, too. That's for sure. But yeah, it's oh, good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, this is a fun little plane. I'm really quite happy with it. And it's not a very difficult. It's like it took me a few tries to get it to start up because I didn't know about the shutoff valve right here, that you have to click on that in order for it, the fuel to flow to the engine to get it started. Like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, so it was a bit of a challenge, but yeah, it's fun otherwise, I think. So I just, when I saw it, I was like, I think it'd be a good thing to do today. It does seem like a very small plane, not a whole lot to it, it seems. It's not very large overall. So Patrice and Mick are having their bit of fun in a Eurofighter and an F-18. I'm not sure who would win that fight, but it would be interesting. Comes Mick blazing by me. All right, now we should be much closer to Valley, so let's see if it's EGOV. I'm not seeing it yet. Should be coming up on it pretty soon. I just thought I saw it there a second ago. We must be getting close to it. It says we are 51 nautical miles. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun little plane, I have to admit. If I had I think I could do even better if I had the, flight stick and everything. It would be amazing to fly manually. But there is an autopilot system on here, so you could fly it from point A to point. You could put an IFR flight together and it'll navigate. I was going to do that, but I thought, we haven't really done a little, just for fun sort of thing. So, but it says we're getting close. Like it says we should be there soon. Oh, I should have gone to Class C. So the trick is going to be that I have to drop below 220 knots in order for me to go to this transition to the if we hit dump, just that we lessen our weight. Right, we want to do that. Because that's the other thing that we got to do is we got to drop some weight. As well. No Valley's out somewhere over here, I think. It's right on the edge of that massive land. Yeah, we just want to have the bare minimum of fuel left. If we can. There we go. All right, perfect. There must be a ton of airports around here or something, because I'm surprised we still haven't gotten our It's still not showing up. It's almost like it's going to show up last minute, it feels like. Maybe if I go farther. There it is. Breeze feels so good right now. Let's see if... All right, so the trick is going to be, I think, from what I read the other day, because I was kind of trying to see what we could do with this. The key is we got to get below 220 knots, and then we can activate that system. So we're going to try that. We may crash, but that's okay. We're learning. So, all right, let me have a look here. So yeah, it says it's out. So it's out over where Samo 321. It's out that direction. So we will. Yeah, it's like right on the coast there. Right out here. So there's Mick, and Patrice should be right there. Perfect. Ooh, wow. I'm almost happy. If I had a little bit more fuel, but I was without... Oh, that's interesting looking. Ooh, that looks like it'd be fun to come blasting through there. Look at that. Just come right around and just drop right down and just BAM! Yeah, this is definitely a fun plane to fly. I will certainly like to have this on the do this again sometime. Fly it again. Okay, so there's our runway. Oh, can I get? I cannot get flaps down. Alright, now I can get some flaps down. Now we should start to slow down. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn towards that runway. Right. So this is going to be runway 31, Mick. Or you can land either way you want. It's up to you. Whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm coming in on runway 31 though. Oh, I better get some speed back up because otherwise we're going to stall. We don't want to do that. But I'm going to try to land it with the nozzle thing pointing down. We're going to try to do almost like a helicopter kind of landing. Oh, now my co-pilot wants to talk. You numpty. Where you been all this time? Jeez. What a jerk. So we're going to see how this works, but as we get a little bit closer, I'm going to try to transition it and see if we can't set it down that way. We'll see. I'm kind of curious to see how this works, if we can do it. But it should be, the airport should be EGOV, Mick. If you pull it up on your list, you can tell them you're coming in for landing, and they should give you permission. If not, you just land anyway. But EGOV is our destination. So there's Mick. Patrice is off the side of me, behind me. So this is going to be a first here on the channel. We're going to see if we can't do this. Pretty much full flap now. All right, folks, let's see if we can make this happen. Uh-oh. Wait, it almost closed over there for a second. All right, let's see. Oh boy, this thing is really heavy. It is so nose heavy. It's like it just wants to dive right down. Ooh, shoot, 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 shoot. Ah! Ooh. Doggone it. That was not what I wanted. That was not what I wanted. Oh my goodness, that's so not what I wanted. Oops-a-daisy. Wow. That was definitely not what I wanted. Alright, so what we... Wow. Okay. Wow, this thing did not want to... Okay, this is definitely an interesting plane to land, that's for sure. Wow, I did not get a chance. Just like right before I went to go hit the button. All right, we're gonna try something else here real quick then. Ooh, that could have. I thought that was gonna end ugly. Whew. Okay, so let's just see. Now it says that they don't normally do this, but I want to see if we can take off vertically. Ooh, look at that, we can. Okay, so what about landing not vertically, or landing... okay, so that's, you can do it. Okay. Cool. So you could take off and land that way. You just have to practice at it. Okay, so now we know. So, yeah, now we know. So it's possible to do. But it would take some practice, I think, to come in over the runway, transition it, and then land. I probably should have started the transition a little bit once we were on fine, or once I turned in. I should have done that, and then I could have messed with the throttle to get it to a point where... Well done, Patrice. We're well, Patrice has kind of did what I did. Just go everywhere. Patrice, we're going to have a tour of the airfield. We're just going to go everywhere. But we're not going to stay on the paved ways. So yeah, very cool. So we know, oh, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're just having some fun. It's okay. As long as you enjoyed flying, that's all that matters. That's all we're trying to do today. But so yeah, so it does work. Takeoff and landing. So what I think, and I could be wrong, I'm going to suppose here for a moment. I think what the Marines do, because this is the Marine version of the plane, what they probably do is take off with some weapons already, on the plane, within the weapons bay, and then they take off with very, oh, hey, don't worry about it then. Hey, as long as you had fun, that's all that matters. I know what the first time I landed with the F-14, I was all over the place. So, oh, you know what I didn't do? I did not write down the numbers when we got on the ground. So yeah, don't worry too much about it. So what I think they do is they take off with minimal fuel to get it in the air, but they use that system, and they kind of just get up in the air, and then they refuel in the air and tank up, and then they fly the rest of their way. But I think because a lot of these are on those landing ships, there's very little room, but they can... oh wow, I didn't realize these leading edges... Oh, we got to look at that. Hold on a second. I just noticed that. Look at that. So those must be the other kinds of speed brakes. Hold on. I think that's what those are. Where would the speed brakes be? I think they're on the throttle, or maybe on the Yep, that's what... Oh. Okay, so those... That brought up the speed brakes, but... Oh, now I'm kind of curious. Interesting. I just noticed that, though, that the way that wing is, I wasn't expecting that. I think Mick did a go-around. But yeah, that's all that matters, Patrice. As long as you're here and having fun when you fly with me, that's all I hope happens. Whether you crash or whatever, it's fine. Don't let it bug you. Even if you have a bad landing, the landing that you can walk away from and steer your plane to the parking spot, then it's a good landing as far as I'm concerned. No, we're just here to have some fun and Mick is doing whatever Mick does best. He's not ready to land yet. He's having a ball in the Eurofighter. Mick, you are instructed to land the plane. Land now. Any of you boys see an airfield around here? Look at him. Look at him being a show off. Look at that. Nice, Mick. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Oh, that's fine. We got time. I'm in no rush. So I'm parking over here, Patrice, if you want to make your way this way. Oh, we've been going streaming for almost 4 hours now. Wow, where did the time go? Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to practice with this, the takeoff and the landing aspect of it. But I think what I read somewhere was that it's preferable if you're on the Xbox that you have a mouse connected to your Xbox and that you can basically tie the mouse to your to that nozzle sort of thing so that you can activate it while you're still flying. You don't have to you don't have to like point the cursor at anything or whatever. But yeah, it was fun. I'm glad even though we didn't have the landing we wanted, it's okay. So watch this. I'm going to hit this. And watch the ladder extends. Can't turn. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I did hear. Hold on a second. All right, here's what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to. Ooh, boy, that's loud. Loud engine. Bad engine. There we go. Now I can hear myself think. And then we're going to just turn the battery off, and then that should end it. All right, so let me see if I can't help you out. No. Let me see if I can't help you out, Patrice. Let me see if I can't figure it out. Let me just put the hour, or the, ooh, only 30 minutes. Wow, that was a quick flight. EGUL. EGOV. Wow, that only took 30 minutes of flying. Okay. Let me see if I can't figure it out. I think I have the F-18 still. Let me see. Back to main menu. Let's see if we can't figure this out. We got time. It's fine. That's what we're here to do. So if we can figure it out together, then we both learned something. That's the key. That's what let's see if we can't sort this problem out together. Just gotta find the F-18. I know it's here somewhere. There it is. All right. Okay, that's just right there. Okay, let's see if we can get to the bottom of this silliness. All right. Now, I've heard some planes have had issues where things are sticking, like it's a glitch, which it may be. But let's see if we can't find a solution. Because sometimes there is a button that says, basically like nose wheel steering kind of thing. Okay, where's my starters? Just to get everything started up, then we should be. Start to the left. Okay, so. It's all inoperative, so it can't be that. Sometimes there is like a switch for nose wheel steering. I feel like I'm supposed to hit something else. No, it's going. Okay, perfect. So let me get the plane started up, and then I'll see if I can't taxi or anything. And this one, the cockpit doesn't open either. It's a disappointment. Yeah, see... Oh, okay, there, that moves. And then let me see, once we get started up, I'm gonna see if I can't taxi to you. See you right there. But I think if there was something, it would be over kind of on this side. If there was like a button or something for the steering. Try make sure your hook bypasses on field. No, the anti-skid should be. That's if you land. It should. That will help you with the braking, so that you don't go skidding down the runway. That's all. Alright, so let me see if I can't, Yeah, see, I can't turn either. It's like it's stuck going straight. Yeah, I think it would be 2. Let me just, see if I can't find a... That's external power. Fire test. Brakes off. Launch bars retracted. Landing. Alright, let's see if that does anything. Nope. Nope. Okay. Interesting. See, some people say it would be kind of like maybe even on the flight stick or somewhere down here. Wings are extended. Hook is retracted. I'm curious now. Alright, so let's see if any of these buttons on here work. Sometimes it is a... Ah, okay, right there. On the yoke. Right there it says nose wheel steering. High, low, off. Or high or low. Yeah, right here. If you put your cursor right over, right here. There it is. Yep, there it is. Ta-da! There we go. Now we know. Knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe! Learned something new today, didn't we? Yep, so that's what it is. There's another plane like that. I think on the F-14 they put that as well. Because I think what it is, Patrice, they're getting ready for the to have everything taking off and landing on aircraft carriers. So it may be because of that it's automatically off, and then if you're on a carrier, you would have like low maybe, so that you could steer, but you wouldn't be steering too fast because you want to, steer a little bit at a time and line up on the catapult possibly. So I think that's what it is. But I think the F-14 has got the same thing now, like that. So there we go. Ta-da! Problem found. Problem solved. That's what we try to do here. We don't like to create problems. We like to solve them whenever possible. So Mick, I'm guessing you found a new toy, your new favorite toy. I'm sure Mick is grinning ear to ear despite all the heat right now. Oh, but yeah, there we go. That's what we do. So good stuff. I should probably wrap it. Boy, we have been going for quite some time. Yeah. So we'll leave it right here, and once we'll get things wrapped up here in a moment. I do greatly appreciate everybody coming in today. It's very nice. Mick and Patrice, thank you once again for flying. Mick has logged some serious mileage today. First in the 172 and now in the Eurofighter Typhoon. I just call it Eurofighter. Yeah, no problem, Patrice. I'm glad to help out. Because there's sometimes the solution isn't always, doesn't present itself easily. But if we, kind of hover over things with the cursor, a lot of times it makes it very, you find it quite by accident. So yeah, no problem at all. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, 7:10 Eastern, 11:10 UTC, 12:10 UK. Airbus A320 with nonstop service from Newark Liberty to Cancun. If you want to join in, I will post the information here shortly once I get this video downloading and ready for showing on YouTube tomorrow. But yeah, a lot of fun. Thank you all again for coming in and hanging out. Greatly appreciate it. And I will see you. Oh, do enjoy the rest of your Monday morning, afternoon, evening, early Tuesday, depending on where you are in the world. I have been and always shall be your host and pilot, Uncle B. Until tomorrow, peace. Live long and prosper.